Do 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 do. Grabbing the game. Grabbing the game. We should have game. We have game. We should also have camera. Hey. Okay, and open up my notes. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Video game. Oh, right. I forgot. We were dealing with complete and utter bullshit. We were dealing with this piece of shit, which I am like 90% confident is located in the treehouse area. I do not have audio because I'm a dumb fuck. I still don't have audio? Why the heck do I not have audio? The stream also doesn't have audio. It's very interesting. It's very annoying. Okay, let me test something. Okay. Okay, audio is definitely like just like I personally just don't have any audio right now. Oh, it's because I'm a dumb fuck. There we go. Okay. I had my speakers pointed at the wrong set of speakers. There we go. Okay. Now, let's see if we can figure this out with a fresh set of brain. I believe I believe the puzzle should be physically located in the top part of the treehouse. Assuming I understand how the pillars work. Like, I could be on the floor looking up, which is what one of them did. The fucking down right and then to the left? Like that seriously does look like a 3D perspective puzzle. And by that I mean like you're looking at like the diagonal of a house but still following the edges. So like it's not a flat wall. It's flat because you're looking at it from a certain perspective and your vision is always a two-dimensional image. Hmm. I don't know how the pillars handle like far distance stuff. So it could be a cloud or a skyline type thing. That's that's a suspicious looking hole in the trees. Oh wait. Okay, no, that might be used for one of these that's down here. That looks suspicious. I'm gonna take a screenshot, zoom in on that. Krita. Krita? Krita, where the fuck are you? Why do you take 5 years to launch? Okay, it doesn't usually take this long, so you're probably opened in another desktop. There we go. Okay, file, new. Game. Screenshot. Go ahead and close that. This looks like a drag type thing. Kinda, maybe. Hmm. 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 Maybe I need to look at the sky a little more. Because it could just be some random hole in the tree canopy. Especially in this denser part of the foliage. That would be like such an easy place to hide it. Oh, it wouldn't work with any of these normal colored ones because you can't really move them. But it would be really funny if they had it like right here, but you had to actually go back up and close the bridge and then find an alternate path to get down here. It could also be that I need to get, like, some of the tree branches to line up with, like, one of these in the sky. Because that's something that could very easily be implemented regardless of map state as they were designing the world. Because they have those clouds in place for, like, other parts of the map to have puzzles. But then, like, they have all these trees, so they could just intentionally make one of the trees line up with the clouds, so they don't even have to bother moving the clouds. Hello, Burn. Good morning. Are the 9s supposed to be like G's? So it's like burn egg. Oh no, you're not the first. Fair enough, fair enough. That would be a very funny backstory to the username, though. Where the fuck are you? This is the best hidden pillar puzzle I have been looking for thus far. Aside from maybe the one in the desert, but even that one, like, I had a general idea of where to look. Here, no fucking clue. Do 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 do. That's somewhat circular. Oh, that would have been a really nice spot to put an audio log. Just that little bit of board broken off. You have to stand exactly around here. From Wally? Oh. Burn E was already taken on the first website I made an account on. Aw, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you hate to see when your username's already been taken. One thing that I would definitely be curious about is just as time progresses and just more and more people exist. I mean, I know human creativity is nigh unlimited, but eventually we're going to run out of usernames that haven't been taken. Or at the very least, it's going to get so restrictive that all the good ones are already taken. Especially for people who are, like, making their names be references to pop culture. Like, if you're just making your own creative word, then you're probably going to be good until the heat death of the universe. But eventually we're going to run out of media to reference in our usernames. Or who knows? A lot of new media is constantly being made, so Maybe the media output will outweigh the username creation. Where the hell are you? Where are you? This pillar puzzle is going to drive me insane. Where are you? I wish to click. I could maybe be in reflection in the water. Because it starts and then goes down right and then like fuck. Okay, I'm taking the boat. Actually, hang on a second. It's not this one. I already got that one. But that looks very suspiciously like the front of the boat. Like it goes down right and then along this part of the boat. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go this way a bit. Nope, wrong way. Nope, stop it. I want to get the boat turned around. You know, I'm a little surprised that this is even a valid circle because it has that slit in the middle. Okay, I have an idea, but I hope it's incorrect. Because that would be kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna go over to the sunken ship, and then look over at the boat and see if that perspective angle allows you to actually interact with something. Yeah, this game could definitely do with some fast travel. And just for the sake of the argument, oh, but fast travel would break some of the time-based puzzles. Okay, simple solution. Have it to where if the player fast travels, it just resets all time-based things to their original state. Or, like, in the case of the boat, just have it fast forward to its final destination. So if you need to actually chase the boat for something, it doesn't, you can't fast travel. That would not work. This is a dangerous boat. This same material, this same object is over in the treehouse area. I think I've only seen this thing twice. Interesting. Even if you're pointed dead on, the real variant is not something you can click on. However, you can click on the reflection. That's good to know. Because the pillar is based on the object's physical location, it is entirely possible that I could have to be over here. And then there's a path through the tree line. Although, it would not surprise me if it is just take the boat through here, and I just missed it the couple of times I looked. Oh, I saw the little lighter orange of the sunlight, and I thought that was the outline of a puzzle panel. I was like, yo, that's really well hidden. Hello. Hello, missing triangle. Hmm. Because it could be color of the leaves. It could be negative space between the leaves. It could be goddamn reflections in the water. I've taken the boat through here a couple times before. Oh, it could still be the front of the boat idea. Like, get the boat in motion, and then as its angle changes, I'm able to drag down and along the hull. Because using the front of the boat does seem plausible. I haven't seen anything else that's like even remotely close to drag down right and then left. Yeah, with like how many fucking trees there are here, all the tree trunks. It would probably have to be up in the canopy. Because the tree trunks are just gonna get in the way. Wait, no, stop it, stop it. 3 speed. Actually, no, that's 2 speed. Because it goes 0 and then 1, 2, not 1, 2, 3. Ooh, oh, no, that's just deloaded. But that was very suspicious. Hmm. Where the hell the boat at? Oh, I'm blind. Hmm. I could I could see it being here. There's nothing with this dock just yet. Although I'm not seeing anything. Hmm. Hmm. Let's go to the mountain. I don't actually know if this path is faster than taking the boat over to the color swamp. But whatever. Pardon? Hmm. I really hate that it turns the game off when I click onto a different monitor. Okay. Now the issue with these is I don't remember where any of these were. I don't know what any of these are. Okay, these two at the top and bottom might have been from the color swamp. Okay, those two were from the greenhouse. I know where that one is, I just need to get it. Long, wiggly horizontal. Okay, well, let's go ahead and reorganize this such that the puzzles that are together are together. Okay, so that one, into that one, into that one, and then this one just on its own. And then this one, and then that one just on its own. Okay, so they're grouped together now. I haven't found either of those. But these trees are kind of suspicious. With how smooth their branches are curved. Okay, so this would go down, like just straight down, over, and then up for the most part. There's some wiggle. Okay, I think it's that one. Because I'm not seeing anything else that finalizes with just a straight up. So, assuming these are all together, like just general outside of the mountain. And then that one, I think this one is the hedge bush. Yes. Okay. So yeah, this is just outside of the mountain, potentially even just this side of the mountain. And then there's that one. That was just like the swoop S downward. You know, I should really just take a screenshot of the pillar. I'm gonna do that. Wait, but that one would have been this one. Hmm. Maybe it's based on, like, this is the north side, this is the west side, or whatnot. This is the east side. Okay. Are you moving clouds? You are moving clouds. Hmm. You're not gonna call the elevator back down? Hmm. Actually, can I just... Hell yeah. Although it's very fucking hard to see. Okay, I'm going to do this. Okay, threshold 1. For... There we go. Okay. And then... Fill that. I'm gonna be super smart. I'm just gonna recolor this shit so it's easier to see. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Okay. What is the shortcut for this? Oh, right, there is no shortcut for contiguous selection. That's fun. Okay, so... There we go. Now I can actually just fucking see the shapes at a glance. Am I gonna... There. So they're all starting from top and then going down in a mostly straight line. I could see those dragging from the top of the mountain down. I already got you. Although, what was the shape again? It looks like it's just a J. Yeah, just a J. Oh. Oh, I just thought of the most evil thing of all. One of. Have it to where you have to get into position here. Wait like fucking 15 more minutes for a different set of clouds to pass through. And then you, like, finish the path over here or some shit. I would certainly hope he's not that big of an asshole. I'm also just trying to fucking remember where these other two puzzles were. That are on this side of the pillar. I don't think it would be all the way over here because we're getting over into city territory. Hmm. Stop it. Stop it. Finally getting off the island. Unfortunately, no. Although that would be a really cool twist. 100%ing the island reveals that it's just a tutorial, and then you get sent to the actual game. Like you do absolutely everything, and then the map gets a new location, and you just fucking like drag this up and just off to the north or something. Honestly, I would love for a game to do that. Like, I know some puzzle games kind of do that, to where it's like you get to the end and then you just unlock a new ability to re-explore the map, but now you have new access to shit. I would love a game that is just, you do everything, and then it just blatantly states, that was the tutorial, welcome to the real game. A big city type location for the real game. That would actually be really cool, because not only would it be much larger, so a lot more content, but it would also be a drastic change of environment, going from like this abandoned island to like a real city. There would be a lot more unique opportunities for puzzles and shit. Well, not necessarily unique, but different from what you have available here. A running jump button that feels nice, allowing you to parkour and skyscraper. Yo. To trace across roads and puzzles. Honestly, like, that would actually be so cool. I mean, we already have a run button, but actually getting a jump button would be really nice. Although, I don't know that they would allow, like, even if they did do, like, bonus game type shit, I don't know that they would allow you to move during focus mode, because that's, like, a major part of some of the puzzles. But yeah, that would be really cool. Just being like, haha, welcome to the real game. I think it's a lot harder. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Roses are red. Roses are blue. That was the tutorial. Go do the real thing. Fuck you. Indeed. Very much indeed. Roses are red, roses are blue. Apply the filter yourself. I'm not doing the colors for you. Brr, brr, brr. Game. Where are the things? Where are the things that you want me to click? I already clicked the thing in this room. And then I emptied the puzzle because I'm a dumbass. What the fuck do you want from me? What the fuck do you want from me to do? Come on now, please tell me. I can see that being the ending portion of something. Very considerate of the game to not allow us to decapitate ourselves with the laser. That would make solving the puzzles a lot harder. You know, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that the game gave a tutorial for the pillar puzzles in any capacity. Like, I feel like that wasn't super necessary. Hmm. Hmm. Game. Game. Where? Where are they? Hmm. I already got those 3 purple. I could see them doing something with the Wonka Vader. And the last 3 over in this area are such funky looking shapes. I'm not even sure where they would begin. They all feel like they would be super vertical. Hmm. Can I... I want it to be... Like, can I just make this be... 75 zoom? 80 zoom? No. 80. There we go. That's what I want. Fuck. Like, my 2 biggest assumptions would be it goes from top of the mountain to the bottom, or you get a certain angle and then you follow the pathway up the mountain. That would be my 2 immediate guesses. Because they're like mostly straight with a little bit of wiggle. Okay. Okay, let's go torment ourselves some more. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. Then you. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So the only reason to go over here is to get to the upper one. And then it's either or. I'm gonna take screenshots of all 3 of these when I get here because I know how to easily tell which of these is impossible because they have like the little cross grid pattern. I don't know about these. Also, this is not a very helpful timer. If you don't know how to read it, I guess. Wait, what the fuck? That absolutely matched. This is so fucking loud. Oh. Why is it so fucking loud? Is the stream loud for you guys? Because I'm starting to think that my local volume is not synced properly to the stream. Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm clipping that bullshit. Stop auto-scrolling. Oh. Oh, I did it correctly. I had the correct idea. They were sharing the top left corner. And they're not allowed to share any tiles. Ooh, something that would be really nice would be like a pseudo practice mode. To where like it activates all of the puzzles simultaneously. But then after you get one correct, it just generates a new one. Oh, I fucking hate this one. Okay, flailing the mouse does not work. As expected. Up, right, up, right, up. Oh wait, no, taking a screenshot doesn't fucking matter. Because I can't pause to... Okay, but I would have to set up Steam to automatically display the screenshot. Like, open up the window preemptively. Stop. One, two, three, four. And time for the worst one of them all. Okay, that one's not it, that one's not it, it's this one. Oh wait, they're right fucking next to each other? That is not... So that's 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, now I just need to fucking get out. Please? Bro. No. No. You can't be serious. Please just be the one. Oh, it's fucking mirrored. No. No. No, it's the worst of everything. Okay, at least it doesn't automatically erase everything. Stop spinning! Give. Fucking hell. I knew vaguely where that last dot was in relation to the reflected line. Oh, that's cute. It's, it looks like maybe every possible time point is a valid solution. Five 5.3% of players have that achievement. That is an understandable percentage. Okay, and then it just fully resets, I guess. Okay. I did get a screenshot of that solution. Wait, what am I doing? Now, I'm actually kind of surprised that the last achievement is exclusively for the challenge, and it's not for 100%. Still don't know what to do with this, though. Like, I think it could be a gimmicky version of one of these. A little respond about that, too. Yeah. Like, personally, if I made the game, I think I would have, like, a wide variety, like, a bunch of quote-unquote, not progression achievements, but, like, maybe it's, like, solve one puzzle, solve one hidden puzzle, beat the game, obviously, fully clear a pillar, fully clear all pillars, find a video, find all videos, etc., etc. Maybe one for, like, solve one of every puzzle type. Okay, let's see. Achievements for each pillar and a counter. One for the voice memos. Oh yeah, I could see one being like find find all audio logs or something. Wait, what? The fuck do you mean no? Oh, the secret of... Oh, it's just black screen at the start. Oh.
How many of you?
Hmm.
Found a place to stay, but in the end, I couldn't get the time off work. Well, anyone who lives in Portland can tell you that the chances of catching the sun in February are pretty slim. And sure enough, the skies over the city that day were completely overcast.
Oh, I have to
wouldn't
fucking...
have seen a
I
thing.
actually have to watch it this time.
That work I couldn't get out of was my first job out of college. A sales clerk at an old Radio Shack store in beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts.
This also...
On my very first day behind the counter,
I think
a
this one
delivery
has the
truck
longest
pulled up to the front
possible
of the store. They carried in a big
playback
carton
line.
upon which was printed the legend TRS-80. It was our floor sample of the world's first mass-market microcomputer. The TRS-80 Model 1 had a Z80 processor clocked at 1.7 MHz, 4,096 bytes of memory, and a 64-character black and white text display. The only storage was a cassette recorder. All this could be yours for the low, low price of $599.
I just love
The
gameplay.
store I was working in had seen better days.
Like,
At
using the
one time,
videos
it
is
had been near
very
the center
creative,
of a
and I do
thriving
like that.
commercial district.
However,
But
forcing
like
the player
so many
to
other New
actually
England
wait
cities,
through the
The
videos...
advent of shopping malls had,
less
by the
enjoyable.
early 70s, turned it into a ghost town. Worcester's solution to this problem was decisive, to say the least. The city's elders apparently decided that if they couldn't beat them, they would join them. And so, several square blocks at the heart of the city were bulldozed into oblivion, destroying dozens of family businesses, including the site of a pharmacy once operated by my great-grandfather. In their place
max
was
30 to
erected
60
a
seconds?
vast
Yeah.
three-level shopping
I think a
complex
minute would
with
be on, like,
cinemas
the
and a food
absolute
court.
pushing it.
When the dust
I think I
settled,
would be
only a
willing to
few
do, like,
forlorn
15 to
blocks of the
45
old
seconds.
Worcester remained standing. My Radio Shack store
Or
was
maybe, like-
one of those blocks.
Like, yeah,
Then,
like 45
to add
seconds.
insult to injury, Radio
That is an
Shack
acceptable
opened a brand
long
new
wait.
location inside
1
the
minute
shopping
is like a
center,
begrudging
less than
long wait.
500 feet
Anything
from
past
my
1 minute
store.
is like, that's just wasting
So now,
my time.
patrons had a choice between a clean, well-lighted establishment with uniformed security and acres of convenient parking, or a shadowy hole in a seedy old office building next to an adult movie theater. Consequently, I had plenty of time to fool around with the new computer.
You know, a part of me was hoping that the
I taught
video
myself basic
for completing the
programming.
trial
Then I learned Z80 assembly.
was going to
Both,
be
of
like
course,
the one
so that I
time
could
that it
play games.
wasn't
I also
horrible.
created self-running animated demos.
like they
which
would
ran
have this
all night
one
in the store
opportunity to
window,
do something
to
that's
the
actually cool.
edification of the winos who peed in our doorway.
I mean, I guess it's
Strangely
locking
enough,
an environmental
the few
puzzle
customers
behind it.
we had didn't seem to be interested in our new computer, even after the 16K memory upgrade. In fact, most of the people who set off the buzzer on their way through the front door weren't there to buy anything at all. They were there to exploit a free promotion, which was the bane of Radio Shack employees for over 40 years. The Battery of the Month Club. The idea of this promotion was simple. Customers got a little red card upon which was printed a square for each month. 12 times a year, the lucky sales clerk got to punch out a square and give the customer one brand new AAA, AA, C, D, or 9-volt battery. Of course, customers weren't allowed to choose just any grade of battery. At the time of my employment, Radio Shack offered 3 different levels
People really
of
coming
battery
in
excellence.
for a single battery.
First were the alkalines, powerful, long-lasting, and expensive, hanging behind the counter like prescription medication in gold-embossed blister packs.
Ads are starting
These
in
were
5
most
minutes. This
certainly
guy better
not
hurry up.
available through the Battery of the Month Club. Next were the high-end
People will
lead
do anything for free.
batteries.
Yeah, but
Sturdy,
like
dependable batteries.
the cost of the
moderately
gas
priced,
that it would take
and
to get
prominently
to the
displayed
Radio
near
Shack
the front of the store.
might
These are
outweigh
also
the
not
cost of the
available
battery,
through the Battery of the Month Club.
because you have to drive to
Finally,
the shack
at
and
the
then
bottom
back
of the
home.
barrel were the standard lead batteries. These were literally piled in barrels, cunningly located way at the back of the store, in a dark
Like, I
corner
guess if you're
near the
already
TV
going into
antennas.
town to like buy groceries or something,
Remember TV antennas? Customers who came in looking for their free battery of the month had to walk the entire length of the premises, past the CB radios and stereo headphones and remote-controlled racing cars. Nothing would stop them. On the first day of every month, like clockwork, those customers came in waving their little red cards. I would look up from my programming and wave them to the back of the store. It didn't matter that the batteries were only worth 29 cents. It didn't matter that most of them were already half dead. They came, they grabbed. And as far as I can remember, not one of them ever paid for a damn thing. I was such a crappy salesman. I was young and foolish. I thought my education in game design was happening at the keyboard. I almost missed the lesson coming through the front door. Fortunately, I wasn't the only person fooling around with games on micros. All over the country, people like me were experimenting. Scott Adams was coding what would soon become the world's first commercial adventure game. Remember adventure games? My future employer, Infocom, was being founded, along with other legendary companies like Online Systems, Sirius, Personal Software, and SSI. Those were exciting times. Teenagers were making fortunes.
I don't
Games
care.
were cheap and easy to build. The slate was clean. But in 1979, the biggest news in gaming had nothing to do with computers. On the morning of the autumn equinox, September 20th, a new children's picture book appeared in the stores of Great Britain. This picture book was rather peculiar. It consisted of 15 meticulously detailed color paintings, illustrating a slight, whimsical tale about a rabbit delivering a jewel to the moon. On the back jacket of the book was a color photograph of a real jewel, shaped like a running rabbit, 5 inches long, fashioned of 18-karat gold, suspended with ornaments and bells, together with a sun and moon of blue quartz. According to the blurb
Yeah.
underneath,
Yeah, I
this
was
very
thinking
jewel
I need to be
had been
careful because
buried
it's like, oh, you
somewhere
wait
in
5
England.
minutes, but then the opening window is
Clues pointing
fucking
to
2
its
seconds long.
location were concealed in the text and in the pictures of the book. The treasure would belong to whoever found it first. The book was called Masquerade. It was created by an eccentric little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief named Kit Williams. Within days, the
Oh yeah,
first
because the
printing
white
was
circle,
sold out.
it has
The
a slit
empire
cut
that
out of
never
it now,
sleeps
so I guess
found
you only have a
itself in
little bit
grip
of time to click on it.
Rabbit fever.
I guess that's to prevent people
Excited
from
readers attacked
starting the
paintings
video,
with rulers,
fucking running away,
compasses,
doing
and
something else, and then coming
protractors.
back at the very end.
Magazine articles and TV specials dissected the clues, floated theories, and followed with keen delight the reckless exploits of the fanatics. One obscure park, unfortunately
I wish
known
that the,
by nickname
The
Rabbit
white
Hill,
circle's
was
slit
so riddled
slowly
with
got
holes
bigger
excavated by misguided
as
treasure
time went on,
seekers
so you
that
had
the
a
authorities had to
visual
erect signs
tell of how much
assuring
time
the
is left in the
public
video,
that no gold
because you can't
rabbits
see the
were to be
progress
found.
line from back here.
Some hunters ended up seeking psychological counseling for their obsession. The craze leapt over the Atlantic Ocean and invaded America, France, Italy, and Germany. It sold over 1 million copies in a few months, a record unrivaled by any children's title until the advent of Harry Potter.
How
Over
long? Yeah.
150,000
I don't care
copies
how
were sold
long
in
the video
foreign
is. Let me know.
translations, including 80,000 copies in Japanese, despite the fact that the puzzle was only solvable in English. It didn't matter that the Masquerade jewel was only worth a few $1,000s. Many secret
Okay, fortunately I do know that you are able to pause the game and it does not break an a PP pillar puzzle. Wait, 45 to 60 minutes? Wait, it's an hour long. Holy fuck, this guy hates his player base. Okay, well, if it's an hour long, I'm not pausing for ads. I'm going to let it
spent
run.
far more than that in their months of exploration and travel. It was the thrill of the chase, the possibility of being the one.
Okay,
Treasure
well,
hunts,
this is
secret
gameplay.
messages, and hidden things seem to exert an irresistible appeal. They're fun to look for.
The sun
and
slowly
to
being
talk
eclipsed
about.
by the moon, and just the
And
full
this
eclipse.
fact of human psychology
Oh, I
has
could
been
see that.
exploited in
Because it
computer
starts out
games
white and then it ends
since
black.
the earliest days. It finds expression in the hidden surprises we call Easter eggs. Atari's Stephen Wright is credited with coining this term in the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The first Easter egg in a commercial computer game appeared in an early Atari 2600 cartridge called, simply enough, Adventure. By a
The back of the
sequence
screen
unlikely
cuts the top
movements
edge
and
off.
obscure manipulations, players could discover a secret room
To give it the half
where
circle?
the words
Oh, that's
"Created by
clever.
Warren Robinette"
That's clever.
appeared in flashing letters. Over the decades, Easter eggs and their evil twin, cheat codes, have become an industry within an industry. Entire magazines and websites are now devoted to their carefully orchestrated discovery.
Man, I feel bad
and
for
dissemination.
the voice actor
They're part of
for
our
that had to
toolkit,
record everything
our
for this
basic
one.
vocabulary.
I mean,
the
it's
language
possible they did
of
it in
computer
multiple
game
takes,
design.
but damn, that's a
Computer
lot of
gamers may
lines
have
for
been
something
the
that
first to
nobody's going to
refer
give a shit
hidden
about.
Surprises as Easter eggs, but we certainly weren't the first to use them. Painters, composers, and artists of every discipline have been hiding stuff in their works for centuries. The recent advent of VCRs and Laserdisc players with freeze-frame capability exposed decades of secret Disney erotica. Thomas Kincaid, the self-appointed
On my replays,
painter
I
of
skip it.
light,
Oh,
amuses himself
absolutely.
by hiding the
Well, I mean,
letter N
I don't
in
think
his
I would
words.
skip it.
A number
I think
beside
if
his
I were to
signature
ever replay this
indicates
game,
how many
I think
Ns
when I
are
got to
hidden
this,
in
I would
each
just
painting.
get it started,
Picasso,
and then just
Dali,
fucking set a timer
Raphael,
on my phone and go
Cezanne,
do something
and
else.
Dozens of other painters concealed all kinds of stuff in their paintings. A favorite trick was hiding portraits of themselves, their families, friends, and fellow artists.
Fortunately,
in
I
crowd
have the
scenes.
advantage of
El
I can
Greco
just
loved
fucking
dogs,
take off
but
my
the Catholic
headphones
Church
so I don't have
forbid
to
him
listen to
from
this.
including any in his sacred paintings.
I tried to take a nap while I was running.
So
I slept
he hid
too
them,
long. This is
usually
why you
within the
set an
outlines
alarm.
of celestial clouds. Composer Dmitri Shostakovich chafed under the political censorship imposed
Oh,
by the
but,
Soviet Ministry of Culture. His symphonies and chamber works are loaded with
Okay,
hidden
so yeah, you do have to
signatures
open up both
and
doors in order to have full
subversive
access to this
subtexts,
one.
which, had they been recognized,
Immune to
would have
alarms?
sent him
Oh,
to
that's a
Siberia.
very unfortunate superpower.
Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, is filled with musical allusions to the rituals of the Freemasons, the ancient secret society
Ugh,
of which
cactus
he
pears.
and his mentor Haydn
Very
were members.
seedy.
But the most famous purveyor of Easter eggs is that champion of the late Baroque, the ultimate musical nerd, Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach was a student of gematria, the art of assigning numeric values to
It's like-
letters of the alphabet. A
Like,
equals
he
1,
had
B
to
equals 2,
make
C
the
equals
active
3,
decision to make
By
it this
comparing,
long.
sequencing, or otherwise
Like-
manipulating these numbers,
So he
secret messages
either
can be concealed.
actively was being a
Bach
dick,
took
or he
particular
genuinely
delight
thinks
in
this
the
is gameplay.
geometrical numbers 14
Like,
and
how
41.
the fuck?
14 is the sum of the initials of his last name. B equals 2, A equals 1, C equals 3, and H equals 8. 41 is the sum of his expanded initials, J.S. Bach. These two numbers show up over and over again in Bach's compositions.
Like,
One of the better known examples
Like, I think this
his setting
is-
of the chorale for
I think this is
Throne.
genuinely
The
clever
first
and
line
really
of the
cool.
melody contains
The
exactly
only issue I have
14
with it is the
notes,
duration.
and the entire melody, from start to finish, contains 41.
He liked this dialogue and Easter eggs.
Another of Bach's favorite
Yeah, I could see
themes
that.
was the puzzle canon. A canon is a melody that sounds good when you play it
But,
on top
yeah, no,
of
if
itself,
this was,
a
like,
little bit out of sync.
much shorter,
and Row, Row, Row Your Boat
like-
are familiar examples.
Like,
of
even if he
simple
wanted it to be
two-voice canons.
extensively long,
But
just
a
to make sure
canon
that the
can
player,
employ
like,
any
has
number
to
of voices.
sit and pay
And
attention,
you don't have to play
like,
each voice the
5
same
minutes.
way either.
Max it out at 5
You can
minutes.
change the octave,
Not
transpose the
whatever
key,
this is.
invert the pitch, play it backwards, or any combination. Finding melodies that make good multi-voice canons is a fussy and difficult art, of which Bach was an undisputed master. Now, in a puzzle canon, the composer specifies the basic melody and the
Okay,
number
well.
of voices, but not the relationship
I'm gonna
of the
just
voices. The student
fucking, like,
has to
drag
figure
my
out the
elliptical
position
over to my
and key
microphone.
of each voice, and whether to perform
Gotta
them
pump up the
inverted
playtime to
and
keep
or
people from
backwards.
refunding on Steam.
Bach wrote quite a
I know
number
you're
of puzzle
joking, but
canons. The most famous, BWV
I don't know if you
1076,
could
is part of a
actually
fascinating
get
story.
here in time on a
One of
first
Bach's
playthrough.
students was a fellow by the name of
In under 2
Lorenz
hours.
Misler, founder of the Society of
When I did the
Musical
puzzle, I ate
Science.
dinner while it was happening. That's
This
fair.
elite, invitation-only institution devoted itself to the study of
Um,
Pythagorean philosophy.
I'm gonna
and
go
the
see if I
union
have
of
anything in my
music
fridge to
and
throw into the
mathematics.
microwave. I don't think I
Its
do,
distinguished
but
membership
I'm gonna
reads
go
like
see.
a who's who of German composers, including Handel, Telemann, and eventually Mozart. Applicants for membership in the society were required to submit an oil portrait of themselves, along with a specimen of original music. With nerdly efficiency, Society member number 14 decided to combine these admission requirements into a single work. He sat for a portrait with Elias Hausmann, official artist at the court of Dresden. This portrait, which now hangs in the gallery of the town hall in Leipzig, is the only indisputably authentic image of Bach in existence. The Hausmann portrait shows Bach dressed in a formal coat with exactly 14 buttons. In his hand is a sheet of music paper, upon which is written a puzzle
Okay,
canon
nothing
six
for microwave, but I did
simultaneous
find some
voices.
baby carrots that I can eat.
In 1974, a manuscript was discovered which proved that this canon was the 13th
Hello, Benteke.
in a series of exactly
No,
14
I'm not having
canons
fun yet.
based on the ground theme of the famous Goldberg
I've heard that the fun
variations.
part happens at the 25-minute
As if
mark,
these
so I'm looking forward to
musical
that.
Gymnastics weren't enough. Bach liked to hide messages in his compositions by assigning notes.
Some time
to the
warping you can do?
letters. His initials, B-A-C-H,
Like in-game stuff, or messing with
correspond
like
to the
system
pitch
time?
sequence B flat, A, C, and B natural in German letter notation. This theme makes it
You know what
most
would be
memorable
hilarious?
in the last bars of his
In-game,
final
neat.
composition.
It would be hilarious
The Art of
if it
Fugue,
ran for like
published
5 or
soon
10
after his
minutes.
death in
So, like,
1750.
at about whatever the point
word
is that most
fugue
people would go
comes
walk
from
away for a
Latin
bit,
fuga,
because they're like, oh, this
which
is going to be
means
another 30
flight,
minutes,
as
and then
in
it just
running
immediately
away.
zooms to the end.
So, the art of fugue is the art of flight, the art of taking a theme and running with it. Bach wrote hundreds of fugues, but none as sublime as this sequence of 14. In the last and most complicated fugue in the series, the first and second sections develop normally. This is followed by the B-A-C-H signature, and then suddenly, without any warning or structural justification, the fugue stops, dead in its tracks. One of the composer's 20 children, his
Watching
son
no one do
Carl
it makes it
Philipp
look like they're
Emanuel,
losing their mind.
claimed that Bach died moments after those last few notes were
I
written.
I would guess
This
that
story is
one of the things you have to do is make it to where you retain
The
movement
Easter eggs
while
Bach's
in focus
music
mode.
are a pleasant obscurity, known chiefly to professors and students of Baroque music. But in March of 2002, when this lecture was first delivered, those Easter eggs were the talk of the entire classical music industry. Sitting near the top of the classical music charts that month was a compact disc on the ECM label called Morimer. It was performed by the Hilliard Choral Ensemble, together with a talented but, until then, little-known violinist, Christoph Poppen. The music on Mortimer is based on a geometrical analysis of Bach's Partita in D minor for solo violin. This analysis, by German professor Helga Thon, assigns numeric values to the duration of notes, the number of bars, and the German letter notation of the partita. In doing so, she claims to have discovered the complete text of several liturgical ceremonies encoded in the notes.
If the video
The CD
playing
presented these hidden texts
at least had some, like,
superimposed over
interesting
the original
visuals, it wouldn't
music.
be as bad.
The result was strangely melancholy.
It would be
dark,
super
haunting,
funny
and
if for
very,
this
very
specific
popular.
video, like if you're
Quite
in the
a few
middle
music
of the
critics attacked this
environmental
disc.
puzzle,
They didn't buy
about
Professor
like
Thon's
5 minutes
analysis,
through, it just starts putting
dismissing
funky
it as a
shit on the screen
combination of numerology
to simulate the
and
in-game
phony
character
marketing.
going insane, just
Their
waiting for this to
caution
finish.
was not without basis. Numerology is a slippery slope down which many a fine mind has slid to its doom. Allow me to offer an amusing anecdote from my own experience.
You wouldn't be able to see a lot of it
Back
the
in
way
the
the screen
early
is.
90s,
Oh no, I was
before
meaning the
the
player's
internet took
screen.
off,
Like it
one
just
of the more
starts throwing
popular
shit on the
online
player's
bulletin
screen.
board systems was a service called Prodigy. I bought an account on Prodigy so I could join a fraternal interest group and gossip with fellow members around the country. One day, a stranger appeared on our bulletin board. Right away,
Oh, I feel
knew
bad
we were in trouble.
For anyone who
This
somehow
fellow, whose
was
name
able
Gary,
to get,
began
like,
spouting
if
all
anyone
kinds
somehow
of apocalyptic
unlocked this
nonsense
video
about
before knowing
worldwide
about the environmental
conspiracies,
puzzles, or
secret
like
societies,
before knowing
and
about
devil
this
worship.
specific one, and fucking watched
At first,
all of
we
it
tried
thinking
to be
something
polite.
important was gonna
We
happen.
questioned his sources, corrected his histories, logically refuted his claims, and tried to behave in a civilized manner. But instead of soothing him, our attention only made him worse. His conspiratorial warnings became
Although even if you
urgent.
didn't know about
Approaching
this
hysteria,
specific
he
location,
began to
but you
threaten
did know
people
about
who
them in
disagreed
general,
with him.
like
To
the
coin a
moment you
phrase,
see exclusively
Gary
the white
went
circle
all
appear,
uppercase.
you know
But
something's
his
up.
most urgent warnings weren't about the gays, the Jews, the Rockefellers, or the Illuminati.
Okay,
According
why
to
are we talking
Gary,
about gays and
the greatest
Jews?
enemy of
And Santa?
mankind was
I haven't been paying
Claus.
attention to the text.
Gary claimed to possess a secret numerical formula that proved
Santa Claus
beyond
was
a
an
shadow
avatar of
a
the
doubt
Antichrist. Huh.
that Santa Claus was an avatar of the Antichrist.
Yeah, I
Intrigued,
took my headphones
we
off a
pressed
while
Gary
ago.
to
I'm not
reveal
listening to
his
any of this.
formula. In doing so, we walked right into his trap. We should have known he had a book to sell. I fell for it. I sent him the $15. Less than a week later, the book arrived. Above an ominous photograph of the Washington
Hey,
Monument
does
was
anyone know,
emblazoned the
does
title,
messing with system time
666,
affect in-game time?
The Final
Because I will
Warning.
absolutely skip my
Inside
system time
this
forward 20
privately
minutes.
printed 494-page monster, Gary reveals a simple geometrical formula, which he claims was developed by the ancient Sumerians. This formula assigns successive products of 6 to each letter of the alphabet. A equals 6, B equals 12, C equals 18, etc. Imagine my dismay when I applied this ancient formula to the name Santa
must not
Claus
know speedrunners who do
and
that.
obtained the
Yeah, I suppose
blasphemous
that's fair.
sum of 666, the biblical number of the beast. I went on Prodigy and reported to the stunned members of our interest group that Gary was
I mean, it's
right
possible that
after all.
speedrunners wouldn't want
There
to
could
allow
be
that
no
because it
doubt
is
that
external
according
manipulation.
to the unimpeachable wisdom of ancient Samaria, Santa Claus was the Antichrist. I then went on to point out several other names which, when submitted to Gary's formula, also produced the sum 666. Names like St. James, New York, and New Mexico. Soon the bulletin board was filled with discoveries like computer, Boston tea, and most sinister of all, sing karaoke. Gary left us alone after that. I got my $15 worth. But Gary is hardly the first person to connect secret codes to the Bible. People have been looking for Easter eggs in the Bible for hundreds of years. The Hebrew mystical tradition of Kabbalah can be described as a geometrical meditation on the Pentateuch. the first 5 books of the Old Testament.
I just moved my
The
elliptical
advent
over
of
in front of my
computers
microphone,
has
so
made
this
the
isn't a
application
complete
of
waste of time.
numerology to the Bible fast and efficient. The latest spate of Bible searching was instigated by a book published in 1998 by Michael Drosnin, a former Wall Street Journal reporter. His book, The Bible Code, applied a skip cipher in which every nth character in a text is combined to form a message. By applying his skip cipher to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, Drosnin claimed to have discovered predictions of World War II, the Holocaust, Hiroshima, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and both Kennedys,
wonder how many
the
people
moon landing, Watergate,
to this puzzle,
the Oklahoma City
started
bombing,
it,
the election of Bill
realized
Clinton,
how
the
long
death
it's
of
gonna
Princess
take,
Di,
and then decided,
and the
"I'm
comet
not fucking
that
doing
collided
that."
with Jupiter. He also found
I'm just
predictions
not
of
gonna
a
complete the
giant
game. I'm
earthquake
just not
in
dealing
LA,
with this.
a meteor hitting the Earth, and nuclear Armageddon, all scheduled to occur before the end of the last decade. The Bible Code spent many weeks on the bestseller lists, spawning several sequels and dozens of imitators. The Bible has certainly attracted its share of crackpots, but for the real hardcore egg hunters, nothing can rival the ingenuity, the tenacious scholarship, the stubborn zeal of those who seek the answer to the ultimate literary puzzle, a poisonous conundrum that has squandered fortunes, destroyed careers, and driven healthy, intelligent scholars to the brink of madness and beyond. Who wrote Shakespeare? The essays and books devoted to the Shakespeare authorship problem are sufficient to fill a large library. Several such libraries actually exist. Not even a day-long tutorial, much less an hour lecture, can begin to do justice to this complex, bizarre, and dangerously tantalizing story. Nevertheless, for the unacquainted, I will attempt to summarize the issue in a few paragraphs. The undisputed facts of Shakespeare's life and career could be scribbled on the back of a cocktail napkin. We know for a fact that a man named William Shakespeare was born in 1564 in or around the village of Stratford-upon-Avon. We know that he had a wife and at least 3 children. We know he bought property in Stratford, was involved in several lawsuits with his neighbors, and died there in 1616, aged 52. We also know that during those same years, a man with a last name similar to Shakespeare worked as an actor on the London stage, eventually becoming co-owner of some of the theaters there. We also know that about the same time, a number of most excellent poems and plays were published in London under the name Shakespeare. We do not know for a fact that the landowner in Stratford and the actor in London with a similar last name were one and the same man. We do not know for a fact that either man had anything to do with the poems and the plays. All we know is that those poems and plays have, in the 400 years since their composition, come to be regarded as a pinnacle of Western culture. The works attributed to Shakespeare appear to have been written by a man or woman who knew something about just about everything. They're filled with references to mythology and classic literature, games and sports, war and weapons of war, ships and sailing, the law and legal terminology, court etiquette, statesmanship, horticulture, music, astronomy, medicine, falconry, and, of course, theater. Therein lies the problem. How could a farmer's son of uncertain schooling, from a mostly illiterate country village, a man of practically no account at all, wield such encyclopedic learning, with so much eloquence and wit, so much wisdom and human understanding? For the first 150 years, nobody questioned the traditional history of the bard. Then, in the late 18th century, Reverend James Wilmot, a distinguished scholar who lived just a few miles north of Stratford, decided to write a biography of the famous playwright. Dr. Wilmot believed that a man as well educated as Shakespeare must have owned a fairly extensive library, despite the fact that not a single book or manuscript is mentioned in his will. Over the years, he speculated, some of those books must have found their way into local collections. And so, the good Reverend Doctor scoured the British countryside, taking inventory of literally every bookshelf within 50 miles of Stratford. Not a single book
Also,
from
I
the
just
library
realized
of
something.
William Shakespeare was discovered.
Back in the trial,
Neither were there found any
on
letters to, from,
the
or
fourth
about
puzzle that like is a smaller version of the big
Furthermore,
maze,
no
the little
references to
nodes
folklore,
don't line up
local
with where the
sayings, or
triangle puzzles
distinctive
are.
dialect of the Stratford area could be found in
I thought the
any
little
of
nodes were going to
Shakespeare's
line up with the
writings.
triangle puzzles.
After 4 years of painstaking research, Dr. Wilmot
No, you just gotta
concluded,
find
to
them.
his own dismay,
You just
that
gotta get
only
lucky.
one person contemporary with Shakespeare of Stratford had ever demonstrated the wide-ranging education and expressive talent needed to compose those poems and plays. That man was the multilingual author, philosopher, and statesman, inventor of the scientific method, chancellor to the courts of Queen Elizabeth and King James,
Sir Francis
Sir
Bacon.
Francis Bacon. Dr. Wilmot never dared.
That's
to publish
an amazing
his theory.
name.
But before he died, he confided it to a friend, James Cowell, who, in 1805, repeated it to a meeting of the Ipswich Philosophical Society. The members of the society were suitably outraged, and the scandalous matter was quickly forgotten. Then, in 1857, a lady from Stratford, Connecticut, published a book called The Philosophy of the Plays of Shakespeare Unfolded. In this book, Miss Delia Bacon, no relation to Francis, claimed that the works of Shakespeare were written by a secret cabal of British nobility, including Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Philip Sidney, as well as Sir Francis Bacon. Delia Bacon's book electrified the world of letters. Battle lines were drawn between the orthodox Stratfordians and the heretical Baconians. Literary societies and scholarly journals were formed to debate the evidence. Hundreds of pamphlets, newspaper articles, and essays were published defending each side and ridiculing the opposition with that self-aggrandizing viciousness peculiar to tenured academics.
Silver lining,
Armed
I'm
with
not
her
running around
explosive
in
book,
circles
Delia
trying to
Bacon
find something
journeyed to
that doesn't
Stratford-upon
exist.
Avon and, unbelievably, obtained official permission to open Shakespeare's grave. However, when the moment came to actually lift the stone, Delia's self-doubt precipitated a catastrophic nervous breakdown. She later died penniless in a madhouse. Around 1888, things began to get a bit out of hand. U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota became interested in the Shakespeare controversy. One day, browsing through his facsimile copy of the First Folio of 1623, he noted that the word bacon appeared on page 53 of the Histories and also on page 53 of the Comedies. He also noted that Sir Francis Bacon had written extensively on the subject of cryptography. Donnelly began counting line and page numbers, adding and subtracting letters, drawing lines over sentences, circling words, and crossing them out. The result was a complex and virtually incomprehensible algorithm, which he claimed was invented by Bacon to hide secret messages inside the First Folio. The greatest Easter egg hunt in the history of Western civilization had begun. Here are just a couple of the sillier highlights. A doctor named Orville Owen of Detroit constructed a bizarre research tool he called the Wheel of Fortune. This wheel consisted of 2 giant wooden spools wrapped with a strip of canvas 2 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. Onto this canvas, he glued the separate pages of the complete works of Bacon, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Greene, Peele, and Spenser, together with Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. By cranking the spools back and forth, Dr. Owen could quickly zip across the pages in search of clues and cross-references. Employing a large team of secretaries and stenographers, Owen claimed to have uncovered a complete alternative history of Elizabethan England, as well as several entirely new Shakespeare plays and sonnets. Listen to this hidden verse, supposedly penned by the mighty bard himself, which inspired Dr. Owen to build his Wheel of Fortune. Take your knife and cut all our books asunder, and set the leaves on a great firm wheel, which rolls and rolls, and turning the fickle rolling wheel, throw your eyes upon Fortune, that goddess blind, that stands upon a spherical stone, that turning and inconstant rolls in restless variation. After publishing 5 thick
Save
volumes
manipulation
of
plus
this
pause menu
rubbish,
buggering?
Owen announced
Yeah,
the
that would
discovery
definitely
of an
fuck with the
anagram,
game.
indicating that Bacon's original manuscripts were buried near Chepstow Castle on the River Wye. Owen spent the next 15 years and thousands of dollars excavating the bed of the river with boat crews and high explosives. He died before anything was found. A fellow named Arnsberg wrote an entire book based on the analysis of the significance of a suspicious crack in the tomb of Bacon's mother. A Ray of Sanity finally appeared in 1957. To those familiar with the science of cryptology, the name William Friedman needs little introduction. During World War II, Colonel Friedman was the head of the
I like
U.S.
cryptology.
Army's Cryptoanalytic Bureau. He is credited with cracking the Japanese Empire's most sensitive cipher. After the war, the colonel decided to apply his expertise to the study of the Shakespeare ciphers. He interviewed several of the experts in the field and prepared a detailed scientific analysis, which he published under the title The Shakespeare Ciphers Examined. His conclusion? In a word, bunk. According to the standards of cryptologic science, not one of the hidden messages purportedly discovered in Shakespeare's works was plausible. The rules used to extract these messages from the texts were non-rigorous, wildly subjective, and unrepeatable by anyone except the original decipherer. The people involved were not being dishonest. They were channeling their preconceptions. They were trapped in a labyrinth of delusion, mining order from chaos. Anglers in a lake of darkness. Lear, Act 3, Scene 6. You would think that Friedman's cold and ruthless exposure would be enough to silence the heretics once and for all. Not a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences and doctoral dissertations keep right on coming. I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos. A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list includes Nathaniel Hawthorne, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James, Sam Clemens, Sigmund Freud, Orson Welles, and Sir John Gielgud. Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre, Mark Rylance, Michael York, Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh, and even that most revered and scholarly of contemporary Shakespearean actors, Keanu Reeves. The current leading candidate for the authorship is Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas Looney. What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspires this intense scrutiny?
Popularity.
Nobody's looking for acrostics in Chaucer or Keats. There are no hit CDs of the secret chorales of Wagner or Beethoven. For the answer, we need to recognize the unique roles which the Bible and Shakespeare have played in the development of Western culture. No other single work of literature has influenced modern English more than the translation of the Holy Bible published in 1611 under the auspices of King James I. The King James Bible exemplifies the meaning of the word classic. It has been called the noblest monument of English prose, the very greatest achievement of the English language. It has served as an inspiration for generations of poets, dramatists, musicians, politicians, and orators. Countless people have learned to read by repeating the phrases in this, the only book their family possessed. Our constitutions and our laws have been profoundly shaped by its cadences and imagery. But even the glory of the King James Bible, compiled by a committee of 46 editors over the course of a decade, pales before the dazzling legacy of the Swan of Avon. The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 15,000 words, more than 3 times that of the King James Bible, and twice the size of his nearest competitor, John Milton. His poems and plays were written without the aid of a dictionary or a thesaurus. They didn't exist yet. It was all in his head. When Shakespeare had a thought for which Elizabethan English had no word, he invented one. The Oxford English Dictionary lists hundreds of everyday words and phrases which made their first appearance in the pages of the Bard. Addiction, alligator, assassination, bedroom, critic, dawn, design,
Oh, please
dialogue,
no.
employer,
No.
film, glow, gloomy, gossip, hint, hurry,
Yes, please.
investment,
I would love for you to
lonely,
hurry.
luggage, manager, switch, torture,
Yep, torture is accurate.
transcendence, wormhole, zany. Hamlet alone contains nearly 40 of these neologisms. Who today would have this audacity, this giddy exuberance of invention? Only one other English author even approaches Shakespeare's facility for coining new words: Sir Francis Bacon.
Yo,
In the
Bacon.
modern era, the record holder is Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, who, interestingly, also happens to be the second most quoted author in English, after Shakespeare. Everyone has been profoundly molded by the influences of the King James Bible and Shakespeare. Like it or not, all of us peer at the world through the lenses of these great works. They are the primary source documents of modern English thought, the style guides of our minds. Contemplating these dazzling jewels of wisdom and eloquence gives rise to an extraordinary feeling, a potent, rare, and precious emotion with the potential to completely upset your life. An emotion powerful enough to make a man abandon his wife and children, forfeit career and reputation, lay down his possessions, and follow his heart without questioning. That sweet, sweet fusion of wonder and fear, irresistible attraction, and soul-numbing dread known as awe. Awe is the grail of artistic achievement. No other human emotion possesses such raw, transformative power, and none is more difficult to evoke. Few and far between are the works of man that qualify as truly awesome. It is awe that convinces a rabbi to spend a lifetime decoding Yahweh from the Pentateuch. Awe that sends millions of visitors each year to the pyramids of Giza, Guadalupe, and Mecca. It was awe that drove poor Delia Bacon to her doom. Now, please don't come away from this lecture thinking that the key to awesome game design is the installation of Easter eggs. Ordinary games with their contrived Easter eggs and cheat codes are like the Battery of the Month Club. You have to trudge down to the back of the store to get what you really came for. If superpower is what people really want, why not just give it to them? Is our imagination so impoverished that we have to resort to marketing gimmicks to keep players interested in our games? Awesome things don't hold anything back. Awesome things are rich and generous. The treasure is right there. One afternoon, I was sitting alone behind the counter at that old Radio Shack store. My boss had stepped out for some reason. An elderly woman walked through the front door. Like most of our customers, she was shabbily dressed, probably on a fixed income. I assumed she was there for her free battery, but instead, she placed a portable radio on the counter. This little radio came from the days when they boasted about the number of transistors inside on the case. It was completely wrapped in dirty white medical tape. The woman looked at me and asked, "Can you fix this?" Slowly, I unwrapped the medical tape, peeling away the layers until the back cover of the radio fell off, accompanied by a cloud of red dust.
That doesn't sound good.
The interior of the radio was half eaten away by battery leakage and corrosion.
No.
I looked at the radio. I looked at the old woman. I looked back at the radio. I reached behind me, where the expensive alkaline batteries were hanging like prescription medication, and removed a gleaming 9-volt cell from its gold blister pack. Then I pulled a brand new transistor radio from a box, installed the alkaline, and helped the lady find her favorite station. No money changed hands. She left the store without saying a word. Awesome things are kind of like that. Bach offered his students
Okay. I
very
thought for a second they were going to have like the
specific
last
insight into the
15 minutes
source
just be in
of
complete
awe.
silence.
In addition to BACH, 2 other sets of initials are also associated with Bach's music. These initials are not hidden in the notes. Instead, they're scrawled right across the top of the manuscript for the whole world to see. The initials are SDG and JJ. SDG stands for the Latin phrase Sole Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. JJ stands for Jesu Juva, help me, Jesus. Bach wrote all of his great masterpieces sub specie aeternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. He did not compose only to please his sponsors or to win the approval of an audience. His work was his worship. Bach once wrote, "Music should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there is no true music, but only an infernal clamor and ranting." The name of the power that moves you is not important. What is important is that you are moved. Awe is the foundation of religion. No other motivation can free you from the limits of personal achievement.
No, spite.
Nothing else can teach you
Spite
the
can.
art of flight. Computer games are barely 40 years old. Only a few words in our basic vocabulary have been established. A whole dictionary is waiting to be coined. The slate is clean. Someday soon, perhaps even in our lifetime, a game design will appear that will flash across our culture like lightning. It will be easy to recognize. It will be generous, giddy with exuberant inventiveness. Scholars will pick it apart for decades, perhaps centuries. It will be something wonderful, something terrifying, something awful. A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a conference in London. My wife joined me, and we took a day off for some sightseeing. We decided to visit England's second biggest tourist attraction, Stratford-upon-Avon. It was cold and rainy when our train arrived. Luckily, most of the attractions are just a short walk from the station. We visited Shakespeare's birthplace, a charming old house along the main street, which attracts millions of pilgrims every year, despite the complete lack of any evidence that Shakespeare was born there or even lived anywhere near it. We went past the school where Shakespeare learned to read and write, although no documents exist to prove his attendance. We visited Anne Hathaway's cottage, the rustic country farm where his wife spent her childhood, although no record shows anyone by that name ever having lived there. Finally, we came to the one location undeniably associated with Shakespeare, Trinity Parish Church, on the banks of the River Avon, where a man by that name is buried. This beautiful church is approached by a long walkway between rows of ancient gravestones, shaded by tall trees. The entrance door is surprisingly tiny. No cameras are allowed inside. The interior is dark and quiet. Despite the presence of busloads of tourists, the atmosphere is hushed and respectful. A few people are seated in the pews, deep in prayer. An aisle leads up the center of the church. The left side of the altar is brightly illuminated. On the wall above is a famous bust of the bard, quill in hand, gazing serenely at the crowd of pilgrims. On the floor beneath, surrounded by bouquets of flowers, at the very spot where Delia Bacon lost her mind, the gravestone of William Shakespeare bears this dire warning.
Don't be a dumbass.
Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust and close it here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Every year, 3 million pilgrims arrive from every nation on earth to approach this stone and consider the likeness of a man whose body of work can only be described as awesome.
I mean, we have, like, sonar
By
and
contrast,
radar and shit.
The right side of the altar is dark
X-ray.
and featureless. Nobody of any consequence is buried there. The only point of interest is a wooden case of simple design, carved of dark oak. Inside the case, sealed beneath a thick sheet of glass, lies a large, open book. A plaque on the case identifies this book as a first edition of the King James Bible, published in 1611, when Shakespeare was 46. Not many pilgrims visit this side of the altar. Most of those that do simply glance at the book, read the plaque, and move along. A few, more observant, note that the Bible happens to be opened to a page in the Old Testament, the book of Psalms, chapter 46. No explanation is given for this particular choice of pages. For the initiated, none is necessary. If you are of inquisitive bent, if you are intrigued by English history and literature, if you value your peace of mind, cover your ears now. In the year 1900, a scholar noticed something about the King James translation of Psalm 46. Something terrifying. Something wonderful.
Is it an inaccurate translation? Intentionally messed with?
46th word from the beginning of Psalm 46 is shake. The 46th word from the end is spear.
Oh.
There are only two possibilities here. Either this is the finest coincidence ever recorded in the history of world literature, or it is not. The Earth revolves around only one sun and has only one moon. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun. The sun happens to be 400 times farther away. And the apparent paths of the moon and sun in our sky happen to intersect exactly twice every month. Which means that every now and then, at long yet precisely predictable intervals, the lunar disk slips across the face of the sun and just barely conceals it for a few wonderful, terrible minutes. A fine coincidence, no?
Please tell me you're going to give me a few minutes to get
In
this.
June of 1977, a little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief ascended a hilltop in the British village of Ampthill. At the summit of this hill is a tall, slender cross, a memorial to Catherine of Aragon, the first wife of Henry VIII. The sun, high in the south, cast the shadow of the cross upon the grassy hillside. At exactly 12 noon, the man removed from his pocket a bar magnet. He turned the magnet so its north pole was facing south and buried it under the shadow of the cross. 2 years later, a few hours before the publication of his first book, the man returned to that hillside, this time in the dead of night. He used a compass to locate the magnet he had buried. In that same place, he dug a hole in the ground and placed inside a ceramic container inscribed with the following words: I am the keeper of the Jewel of Masquerade, which lies waiting safe inside me.
Fucking hell. Okay, that's a reasonable amount of time. Okay, yeah, they definitely give you plenty of time to finish that off. Fuck. Yeah, that's more than enough time. Presented 23rd Game Developers Conference. They actually put that. They made important official people have to deal with that. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay, give me notes. Give me my notes. Not the Krita notes. Actually, you know what? Sure, Krita notes are fine. Where are you? Where the hell are you, Obsidian? Okay, no, not Obsidian. Steam? Here we go. Okay. Okay, this one is pretty simple to solve. I just don't know where to input it. I'm thinking this might be because it's the exact same sheet of paper and setup as these. So I'm guessing maybe it's some kind of gimmick. I have to like convert the squares into hexagons or something. Yeah, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 79, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 10 squares. There's 7 hexagons. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2. Maybe edges is equal can count. Okay, so let me go ahead and take all these, set them to 20% opacity. Okay, looks like this is the thickest route. Trying to just Okay, no. That's one I already got. Good morning, Neilmu. Okay, well, let's drag this down. Fucking give me gray. Give me a background. Okay, can I... do this? Okay, so... If I take this... Okay, that doesn't help me. That just shows that all the other ones used every path except for that one line. Hmm. Okay, so that one, that one, that one, that one. So okay, so that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. So this one is the only one that hasn't been used. I don't think I want to try to brute force that. It's also entirely possible that you're just not allowed to brute force it until you have opened the prerequisite box that contains the password. Oh, it's the fucking boat. It's the goddamn boat. But I don't want to do the boat puzzle. I want to do this puzzle. I like this puzzle more. Wait a second. This is too small to match the big grid, I think. Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay, just pulling up the screenshot of that puzzle. Wait, no, this is the correct path. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is a 5x5, and the note paper. Well, I mean, it's not even a 4x4. Maybe I just need to find a particular 4x4? Or maybe after I get all of the boat Maybe after I get the boat video, I get all the videos, then it reveals a grid. Oh, it's possible that the boat video just has a grid on it, and this is the solution for the video environmental puzzle. What are we talking about? Oh, fuck. Fuck. Steam. No, fuck. I'm pressing all of the wrong buttons. We're talking about this piece of shit. This one, the solution is incredibly trivial. I just don't know where to input it. However, I think it might have something to do with the videos because it's presented in the same format. But that means I have to go and deal with the boat. And I don't want to do the boat. The boat is mean. Do 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 do. Like, the path is trivial. Just don't know where to put it in game. Okay. Keep your eyes out, I guess. Well, I mean, that's kind of the fucking thesis statement of the entire game. Okay, I think this was like... If I set this to 0, fucking give me the multi-brush tool. Brushes, 1... Okay, I believe this was like 37. Yeah, 37 to be perfect replica. Although I would prefer this to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it's definitely not 37 on this end. If I set this back to 0. Okay, that looks like exactly what I want. Okay, so what did I... Minus 8 degrees? Whatever. File, recent files. Screenshots. Give me my screenshots. Okay. Pictures, screenshots. You. Okay. So that is the spectrogram of the audio at the ship. Although it doesn't tell me anything because they're all different values. Okay, so straight forward, turn right 2, right 1. Meh. I mean, I guess I can run through this again. And see if maybe the triangle puzzles match it. Although I doubt it does. Nothing in this game has had an alternative use that was just completely invisible. Like, typically there's a tell, you just have to know what to look for. Oh, time for pain. Not that one, not that one. Oh, this is a 4x4. So, do, 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 do. I think I did it wrong. Backwards or something. Whatever. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of shit in here that I never solved. Okay, I think I did everything up in this corner. Those are all done. Those are all done. These are done. I liked these. These took a little bit to figure out, but they weren't too bad. They were pretty clever. Alright. We have bullshit. I hate this puzzle. That one's... I don't think this one's gonna be too hard. It's just gonna require some tedious Photoshop work. Hmm. Hmm. There was something over here that looked like it was the end point. This looks like it's the end point of something. Although I haven't been able to get it to line up with anything. Okay, I already got that one. Mario. Are you not on this one? Oh, no, no, no. You're in the town. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. That looks like it's all of them from the video room. Nice, nice. So if we go over to notes, get rid of Krita. I can get rid of you. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Okay, for mountain. It looks like there's only one of them that has a straight downward finish. I mean, except for that one, but that's obviously not the one with the gate. I want to go mess with the eastern house a little bit. Because that one only has 3 left, and they don't look super complex. Push me into the ground. Aww. I want you to push me into the ground. Okay, I already got all of the melons. I think that's fully cleared. Okay, one of them is just a straight vertical line, so that one is easy to remember. This one's like going up and then straight down and then funky. A little bit funky. There's a lower area to this. Although I'm not sure where it would connect to. I mean, oh, I guess maybe this is connecting to the windmill. I doubt it's connecting to the desert. Although the desert connects to the windmill. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's annoying. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't have Creatout visible. Hmm. Okay, so to find where those are located. Okay, those were the two up in the canopies. These might have been the 3 moss patches. This was the whole bunch of shit in the, this thing. And then you. So you might be a moss patch that I just happened to miss. Okay, got you. Oh, yeah, straight down. So what do you connect to? Wait, what? Oh, okay, that's the big curve. Okay, so that's the big curve. That's the one that just goes straight over. And then this... Yeah, it was the wiggle wiggle one. Okay, so I need something else that finalizes with just straight down. You. Come on. Oh, come on. Ah? There we go. Okay. So that's all the ones in this area. Unless there is... No, that other middle one probably isn't a moss path. Otherwise, they would just include it. They would include it with the others. Shut your fucking beak. Okay, so it's probably just a one-off puzzle. Might be something in here. Might be something with this. I really don't know why this thing exists. Hmm. Okay, I think the two on the right were in here. So, is there anything in here that looks like it would be a straight line? I mean, maybe this? If I could get something to, like, cover up all of this, that could work. But, if I can, from that angle... Hmm... I guess so, yeah, that was that one. Hmm. Oh. Oh, that's mean. Although that is a fair way to place it on the pillar. Place it like kind of next to it, but it's not completely within it. Okay, well, down to 1. Similar area, but different? Yeah. Or maybe it could be like, it's the same area, but you have to access it from a different location. But then again, one of the ones for the rested boat was the same area, but you had to access it from underneath. But I think that was on the same pillar. Okay, so it should be in this area. Because I believe... Was it up by the pillar, maybe? Because the last remaining one is in the same area as the 2 that were in that small, tiny courtyard. Ooh! Nice. Although, actually, I don't know if there's any... Oh, there's 2 of them here. Although, I don't know if there's really any point to grabbing these, now that I know that there's not an achievement tied to them. I mean, I guess, like, it doesn't take too much effort to, grab them as I go past. Okay, so that makes 2 more. So that makes... Depending on how you want to define 100%, you should keep grabbing them. True. That's true. Yeah, because all achievements is very rarely 100%. Although, this game doesn't do a very good job at telling you your progress. I guess that's 10, 20, 25. Like, because they do turn their screen off, I absolutely would consider these required for 100%. Like, there is a visual, very noticeable difference indicating that the game is tracking that you have collected them. Yeah, okay. Okay, got that one. So yeah, those two. Those two are definitely in that area. So it's going to be somewhat in that environment. Hmm. Oh, the sun is over there, so nothing these do will affect the shadows. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, I thought it was gonna let me climb up the rocks. I mean, it's kind of partially letting me climb up the rocks. I'm looking out for, like, maybe one of these finishes in the semicircle. Or, like, there is a circular stone just in any regard. I think I do like the way that the pillars organize their things. I think that's a good way of doing it if you're not going to give a proper checklist. Just being like vague area indicators. At least it's not, okay, these 20 puzzles, they're just kind of around here. We're not going to tell you any location. Hmm. I'm gonna open these windows back up, just in case they matter. Although it is possible, I suppose, that that segment of the pillar is associated with more than just that courtyard. Okay, well that's just the front. So that's the front. That's the stairs leading up. That's the tree canopy. That's the moss. That's extended moss. I think these three was the fruit. I don't know why they listed the fruit with the front of the building. I mean, they have an empty pillar right here. I would have put the 3 fruit over here. So you could have like you could have the moss, then the extended moss. So like you could have these 3 because that's all the forest. And then you could have the courtyard, the front, I would put the stairs right here because that's closer. And then the fruit. Yeah, I don't know why the fruit is listed with the front. Okay, but... yeah, this should be... like, really close to... this area. Or alternatively, part of the area, and then I just have to have a fancy direction to look at it from. Oh, they totally should have put an audio log on top of the house. That would have been really funny. Or not should have, but it would have been funny if they did. I keep clicking the wrong button. Okay, so if we go down to here, you go away, you go away. Okay, so that has one remaining. The keep has one remaining. The mountain has the most of them remaining. And then the town has 2 remaining. I'm gonna go ahead and double check, make sure I have enough. Yeah, I'm good on file storage. I missed. Hmm. Oh, that's a really funky root system. Fucking branch dripping down into roots. Now, I'm not an arbor person. Arborist? Arborista? I don't study plants, but I don't think that's how roots work. Hmm. We're missing a texture here. But like the only place I'm seeing where it could possibly line up would be here. Actually, I mean, I guess you could technically have something that just fully outlines it from remotely. But it just projects, quote unquote, into this area, so that's why it's listed in that area. Okay, I am back. I was swapping out my bad smoothie for a good smoothie. Mmm, delicious. No seeds. Hmm. Actually, I suppose there's no harm in just leaving that there. Oh. Hello. That might just be for light. Oh no, we got light over there. Maybe it's just for decoration. Because there's no way you can click anything through that. Okay, no, I'm getting rid of it. The flashing lights bother me. Okay, that would have been vaguely over here. Oh, I hate this so much. That is in a terrible position. Okay, let's see if we can get an angle into the courtyard from on top of the mountain. Do 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 do. Does anyone know if this dot is anything at all? It feels like it might just be a skybox error. Because it's definitely not a cloud. It might be some like wrapping texture shenanigans. I guess, yeah, we can kind of get a view into there, but not really to click anything. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. I could see there being one or two more things in the color swamp. Okay. Okay, so we have small, medium, and big in total, and then we have 3 different sizes. If we're just going based on what it looks like, I would say this would be big, small, medium. I believe we know for a fact it can't be big, medium, because... Okay, hang on. There we go. Rotate it slightly more. So now it's perfectly flat. Cool. I do not think it can be big medium because in order to get the big before the medium, no matter what we do, there's a medium on both sides. Actually, we grab the big, that leaves a medium on both sides. So it doesn't matter which way we go, the only way to get back across is this point, which then we get blocked by the reflection. So big, medium cannot possibly be the order. So it could be medium, big. It could be medium, big, small. That means we would have to... We could do something like this. No, that doesn't work. One thing that I would love is if for the rotational symmetry, or I guess just symmetry, you could choose a different color for the different brushes. Actually, maybe you can do that. I just don't know how to. Krita multi-brush symmetry, multiple colors. Use the multi-brush tools like the symmetry or something. After setting your desired symmetry type and count, apply stroke with different colors by first selecting oh my god, Google's AI overview is so garbage. Here's how you do the symmetry with multiple colors. Step 1, use one color. Step 2, change your color. Then draw again. I guess we could do something like this, because the medium gets hit before the small here. They're just on different paths. So that would be... No, that wouldn't work. Okay, let's... Okay. Actually, let's go ahead and just erase everything that I just did. Now, let's go ahead and set this to brush. Okay, so this is 50. Just to make these a lot more visible. Okay, so brush size 50. We got a pink dot here. We got an orange dot here. And then brush size 25. No, brush size 30. You know what? Brush size of 30 is fine. And then little black dot. Then let's go over here. Brush size of 20. And then change this back to magenta. Okay, so that is all of the default nodes. Then we can set all of the effective nodes. Wait, no, we can't do effective nodes. I don't think. Because if I do that, wait, Q. So that would place, because if I have to draw the pink through here, that means orange automatically goes through there. But just because pink does big first or something, that doesn't necessarily mean orange has to do all of its big nodes first. So it would be orange node of some indeterminate size. So I guess I could do this, shrink this down to 45, erase the middle, so then I have just orange circle there. Then I can do the same over here. Okay. Now 50. There we go. And then set these back. Hmm. Okay, so if I treat this like I would any other puzzle, this should all be valid. Okay, so if we go medium... That doesn't work. Ooh, I have to go up. And then like this. Then here. Then grab this. So that went small, big, medium, big. This could go medium, small. So on the oranges, that went medium, big. On the pink, it went small, big. And on the black, it went medium, small. So overall, that could be medium, small, big. Although, I don't think this image actually does anything for me. We can test it, give it a go. I really wish this game had fast travel, so I didn't waste my time. Where the fuck am I going? I'm going to the boat, which means I'm going to the keep. Well, on the bright side, there's only 6 possible ways to order 3 values. So big, medium, small. There's only 6 ways to arrange those. Okay. Except my color is white. It's not pink or orange. It is entirely possible that, like, for the orange, it's medium big, but then for the pink, it's big small. Like, the individual colors have different orders. But I don't know how I would derive that. Okay. I don't even know what it's supposed to be telling me from the audio. Because looking at the spectrogram and also just listening to it, the first note sounds like a large note. But for the orange, it is not possible to have large into medium. I mean, I guess maybe you could do something like this. But then the pink does small into large. So I guess this is a valid path that goes through all the notes. I mean, I can try this one. My guess, because it doesn't give you a color on the line, I'm guessing it doesn't matter which path you personally take. I could potentially do something like this. Okay, so that would be big. That would be medium. Okay, then big. Medium. Yeah, but then this one gets completely cut off. Yeah, every path that I try to take to get to the big first ends up isolating that pink one in the middle. Actually, let me go ahead and just give me a big old red. Because I'm not allowed to use this tile, this little connection. So yeah, because if I try and go through here from any direction, you just get fucked. Okay, so that's not allowed to be used. That kind of helps. You know, I'm going to go ahead and just I'm just going to do that. I don't know. It's whatever. I guess maybe the lower notes could be considered the smaller values. In which case, that would be small, big, medium. But if it's small, big, medium... Small, big, medium. Actually, no, that does not work. I think we've already established that you cannot have big into medium. Actually, assuming that the black is allowed to be collected... Actually, no, the blacks are absolutely allowed to be collected independently. Because that is just how it has worked on every other puzzle. I would imagine it's just the order that matters because of the different sizes. So small, medium. I don't think that works. Yeah, no, small, medium absolutely does not work. Because if we start from up here, and do small, medium, we're stuck. If we start from... Excuse me? Layer is invisible. If we start from over here and do small, medium, well, now the exits are completely blocked off. If we start from here and do small, medium, the exits are completely blocked off. If we start here, blah, blah, blah. So small, medium does not work, assuming the puzzle is functioning how I think it is. So let me go ahead and big, medium, small, big, small, medium, medium, big, small, medium, small, big, small, big, medium, small, small, medium, big. Assuming all the colors follow the same path. Oh my god. No, fuck off. I didn't realize I was in the multi-brush. Okay. This is the 6 different ways that you can arrange three unique objects. Assuming all of the colors follow the same pattern, and given that the audio that we've listened to is simple-ish. Like, I know there was some turbulence in there that I ignored, which maybe the turbulence is part of the pattern, but assuming it's not, it's simple enough that I assume all of them follow the same path. So the blacks fully confirm that small into medium does not work. So that allows us to eliminate this. That does not work. That does not work. That does not work. And I'm pretty sure the orange eliminates large into medium. So that does not work. So that means we have medium, big, small, and then small, medium, big, small, and then medium, small, big. So get my brush a little bit bigger. Okay, so basically we always start with medium, and then it's just big, small, or small, big. So that means for orange, we more or less have to get these first. So orange has to go for these first, and then we have to finish more or less just with that. That is going to be the most likely way for us to finish. So let's go big, small. Actually, we're going to have to either go through one of these. So that means finishing off like this. Which, I guess I could go like this. I could go like that. So that would be medium into big for the black and the orange. And then it would be big into small for pink. And then alternatively, if I wanted to do small into big for pink, I could have started like this and then rejoin. So, because topologically, yeah, I think that works. Okay, so I think, assuming my logic over here is correct, orange is accounted for because it's always medium into big. And then pink has big into small and small into big accounted for. And then we just remerge. And then the black is always medium into small. So, do 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 do. Was that correct? Okay, right one, 1, 2, 3, over, all the way down. Up, left, up, right. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 3, do. Just double check. Okay. And up, do. One, two, three. 1, 2, up. Right, up. Then all the way over, down. Okay. Yeah, no fucking clue. Duh. Okay, it is grabbing the game audio. It's a lot more disturbance than I was expecting. Okay, so view, track size, fit to height, view, zoom, zoom normal. How the fuck? How the fuck do I move? Middle click does not drag in this application, apparently. Hmm. So yeah, this is the segment with the planks. Hang on. Oh. I have an idea. I have an idea, although I'm not super confident about it. I was thinking maybe like the plinks is for orange, and then whatever this is like pink. Like these two interruptions are pink, and then maybe there's like another set of interference that's for the black. But the plinks have 3 different sounds. Good morning, Bitfreeze. And none of the colors have three different values. Oh, it's shift scroll. That's how you move. No, fuck off, ads. Okay. Yeah, what if I did something like this? No. Hmm. This would get all of the dots. Although I don't know if it would get them in the right order. Okay, I believe my understanding. Oh, actually, hang on. They are of different colors, but this is large into medium, which has been currently eliminated as a possibility. So, hmm. And by that same logic, this would be a small into a big into a small. Okay, if the... Maybe... Well, if the... If the size order is universal across the entire line, big, small, medium, big, small, medium, big, small, medium, ad infinitum. Big, small, medium. So... So I could do... Assuming it's... Like, each line has its own thing. Okay, so... That's big, small. That's medium into big. But then this one doesn't have a small to come after the big. Big, small. Maybe the color doesn't matter? Maybe it's exclusively just the note order? But that wouldn't make any sense. But then again... Piss off, fucking gnat. Then again, our line color is like a weird whitish thing. It's not pink or orange. Okay, well, if we are treating color as invalid because fucking running out of ideas, big, small, medium. Big, small, medium, big, small, medium, big, small, medium, etc., etc. So... Big, small, medium. Big, small, medium. So, big, no, that would be medium. So that would be into a big. Okay, small. But then you have to get, then this one have to get a medium after. Fuck. Medium, big, small, medium. Big, small. So this is big, medium, big, small, medium, and small. But then that leaves this open. Actually, hang on. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. There's 2 smalls, 2 bigs, and then 3 mediums. I don't know if that's compatible. So big, small, medium, big, small, medium, medium. So if I only had one line, this would be impossible. Now, I am aware of the possibility that it's just all of the bigs, all of the smalls, all of the mediums, but I'm working on repeated at the moment. So with one line, this does not work. With 2 lines, big, big, small, small, medium, medium, and then I would have to go back to big. Big, small, medium, medium, small, big, medium. So if one of them starts as a medium, it can then grab the last medium on the way out. So medium, big, medium, big, big, small, medium. Fuck. There's like nothing over in this corner. This corner. Okay, so that's the bigs. That's the bigs. Small. No, wait. I'm like fairly confident that you have to do a small last. Wait a minute. You do have to do small last. Fundamentally. Because if you go from here and... Okay, so if you go from here and you are in this spot, I guess you could get out and go and do other shit. So I guess if you're doing medium into small for black, you could get out, do shit, and then go back in. Hey, witness, guess what? You can't stop me from brute forcing in Krita. You can't turn off the monitor. Okay, so there's two... Okay, if we assume all of the colors have different orders, there's 2 states for each of them. So I think that would be 2 to the 2 to the 2. So 8? No, wait. 16? 16 permutations? Because we could have medium big, big medium, small big, big small, medium small, medium small big, small medium rather. Except orange, I do not think orange can be big medium. I mean, yeah, you could do something like this, but I've already tried that. It didn't work. Where was it? Yeah, I tried this. This was big medium for orange, and that was small big for pink. Do 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 do. Black, I think I did prove has to be medium into small. Well, medium into small, quote unquote, split across 2 different branches. This puzzle's rough. And like, I feel like I don't even, I feel like I still don't have all of the information. Because this is the first time you have multicolored dots. Of multicolored size dots, rather. It actually might also be the first time you have multicolored dots in general. Nah. Okay, well, I'm gonna give that a break. Okay, let's see what we have remaining. In terms of pillar puzzles, 1, 2, 4, 8, 11. Pillar puzzles, an unknown amount of audio logs, 1 video which is trapped behind the boat. $511 plus 124. It's possible there's just some miscellaneous normal puzzles scattered about that I just didn't see. What is it with gnats just literally flying into the faces of the giant fucking monkeys? Like I get that there's the aspect of, like, they know that we generally can't hit them, but still, why would you go near the giant thing? Like, it's ridiculous. I mean, I guess insects don't really have the same kind of fear of death as mammals, because whenever they reproduce, it's fucking thousands, so it doesn't matter if one of them dies. Okay, let's go back to this piece of shit. Actually, let me do something real quick. Okay, brush, magic wand, fill with white. File, new, create, save, save desktop, no, save as PNG, keyboard bash, save, browse, desktop, there we go. That should be easier to see. Currently, the best working theory, or like the thing that seems like it might be closest, is something to do with the boat. But I looked into that and I didn't find anything. But that's the only thing that's even remotely on the table at the moment, other than just running around in circles. And this puzzle should, in theory, be located in this treehouse area, because it's along with, it's listed on the pillar with that one and the other one. Because this was the one where you go from the boat onto the buoy, and then this one was the one that I just pointed out, with the orange leaves. I feel like this could be something to do with the boat again. Like drag down to the front of the boat, then along its hull. But I tried that and I couldn't get it to do anything. One thing that I do want to do at some point is go around and retake screenshots of all of the audio files that I've found. Because I noticed the other day that some of them have different colored cases. So I want to get better screenshots just in case the color of the case matters. He's like, this one has an orange case. But then I found some of them that have just, like, white cases. Yeah, because I could absolutely see this being go down and then over. But it does not seem to want me to go along the edge of the boat. But, like, it could be anywhere in the treehouse area. Because, like, the other one, which was on the same segment of the pillar, was on the entire fucking other side. The only other thing that I've found that is, like, vaguely promising is, like, these somewhat round shapes in the leaves. Like, sometimes it forms like that, and that looks kind of circular-ish. So I'm thinking it's possible maybe there's one segment where it just is more circular than all the others. Started spotting circle line patterns everywhere yet. Yes, I have had a couple instances of the Tetris effect apply. But that's just the brain pattern recognition go Bert. It do what it do. It is what it does best. Actually, but unironically, pattern recognition is probably the human's most powerful skill. Maybe second only to bodily adaptation. The worst part about having a puzzle that you just can't find, or solve rather, is it means one of two things. It's incredibly clever, or it's complete dog shit. And you won't know until you find the solution. Although actually, if it's clever, you'll never find the solution, because it might just possibly be something that you're not familiar with. Or maybe it's just really well hidden. Although sometimes it is just niche reference. And it's like, oh, you don't know the reference? Fuck you. Oh, hello. This pink is kind of circular. But I mean, fucking the entire tree doesn't seem to match up. What the fuck? Where the fuck are the things? Where are they? There's also that fucking triangle thing, sheet thing. That's also, I got that left. Come on. I wonder if the sun is a physical game object. Because it is reflecting in the water. The light source is probably just an invisible omnidirectional light. But the sun in the sky is probably a physical game object. I don't think it's part of the sky blocks. Neat. You can desync. Oh wait, did I fucking break it? Please tell me I didn't break it. Oh no. Oh no, I think I broke it. Okay, good. We're fine. I thought I broke the platform. And right when I was about to like go out here to try and get a new perspective, see if I could click anything. I really don't see the reason why we're allowed to redrop this. Unless it's for the puzzle. Ah. Piss off. Am I gonna just constantly flying? Bro, go take a nap. Okay. I did not get it. Like, I'm starting to think that it's lining up multiple objects, like different segments of tree foliage. Because if it was like a solid object that made the ending point or whatever, if it was like a solid object that was the circle or the ending point, I feel like I should have noticed that by now, because they're very distinct shapes. And my brain has been tuned to find the circles. Pattern recognition is at maximum efficiency. I guess so. Up. Okay, so if it was from this perspective, up, down, and then up again? I don't think that works. But yeah, these angles are also a bit too diagonal for me to think it's using these platforms. Oh, I can never remember the... I can never remember the, pattern to swing it to the left. Actually, wait, I took a screenshot of that a while ago. Here we go. Okay, so we throw that over there. And then go back down. Like, I could absolutely see them doing multiple puzzles with the orange thing. I mean, they do that all the time. It's just... the... angles don't... work out in my head. Okay, so if we go over here... yeah, there's... yeah, that doesn't do anything for us. Oh, I'm not even allowed. Oh, because of the paint, you have to go to that direction. Okay. So yeah, I highly doubt that's the play. Although it's so geometric. Like it's making me think that it's a not a flat shape. It's making me think that I'm just drawing a line across the edges of things in my vision. So it's not like a shape on a wall. It would be like if you're looking at a house on a diagonal. Except there's not very many. Like straight lines around here. Everything is curved and tree. Everything is tree. And the canopy of the tree is like super not straight line. Yeah. That one over there had an orange case. This one has a white case. I guess maybe some of the tree trunks. But they're all perfectly vertical. And you can't rotate your head in this game. Honestly, this looks kind of suspicious. Because it has stairs going up to those ramps, which then goes to like a little platform. But there's no path to it. It would be kind of cool if you could take the platform from the mountain and place it there. And then it looks like you would need 2 or 3 more platforms. Just have those things hidden around the map and then collect them to rebuild. Because it leads up to there, which would be a great place to get a vantage point for potential unique perspective angles. But we did make progress today, which is good. Oh, we made significant progress. Because we cleared the Trial of the Mountain King, and then we sat and did nothing for an hour. Also, the official name for that challenge is incredibly lame. You got a couple EPs? Yeah. I got a couple. I like Trial of the Mountain King a lot more than just a certain challenge. Okay, so 4, 8. Okay, so 11 more EPs. I believe. Okay, so this is 10. Okay, I have 25 audio logs. I have one more video to find, which is probably locked inside the ship. And then figure out what I do with this. Which, my guess regarding this is I'm going to get the one out of the ship, put in the final video, that's going to unlock a new thing, and that's where I use this. I have an idea. I'm gonna go over to the town, cause the town has a maze. And maybe it's a 4x4. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Oh? This is a 4x4. Okay, so... Okay, fucking... Flatten image. Yes. Control T. Rotate, rotate. Up, over, over, up, left, up, over, over, down, right, up. Okay, no. Okay, so we enter through here. So up. Okay, well that immediately kills that theory. Okay, does it work for reverse? Up, over, over, up. Okay. Okay, I was thinking maybe the triangle grid was for this. Okay, the town has 2 EPs left. One of them is just like kind of a horizontal squiggle line, and one of them looks like a fucking thermos. One of them looks like a fucking upside down windmill. That's what that one is. I could see them including the underground as part of town. Except all of the puzzles regarding that room were all, like, coalesced together. I actually do not know which columns on the pillar these are, so I should go and do that. Okay. That looks like something to do with reflections. And then that... I think that's the rust marks on the underside of the tower plus the black fence outlines. Those are all... Oh no, this one's also a black fence outline. But most of these are the underground. Up? Fucking sinusoidal square sine wave? Where the fuck was that? Oh wait, that was the that was the color flowers. Was that? Up. And then up no. No, this was something else. A reflection in the pond, maybe? No, the reflection in the pond was from left to right. It would be really nice if the game would just, you know, give me a checklist of the shit that I've done so that I know what they are and where they are. I don't think it's the windmill, because the windmill has 3 finishing points. Bar. Okay. Damn. You really want a high threshold. Okay, and then come over here. Okay, so these are all together. This one goes down here. Okay. So let's see. If I can not take up a fuck ton of the screen's real estate. Okay, put that there. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. That's fine. So, yeah, okay. So, the one with the thermos looking thing is definitely holding all of these. So that's those bottom two. And then, okay, so that's the three on the right. Wait, what? Down, up. Okay, no, wait. That's middle, top. Then this one's those four. Okay, so the top four are these rust things. Those other two could maybe be the flowers. But I don't think so. Do I have this one on my notes? Yes, I do. Okay, so it'd be up, over, down, over. Okay, so that red one does match. So up, diagonal. Okay, that. Wait. Up, diagonal, kind of. Over, up, over, down. Over. This segment doesn't match as much as it could. But given that the other one, like, basically perfectly matches the red one, I'd say that's green one. And maybe something changed in development at some point. Or, like, there was just a miscommunication with the sigil artists and the level artists. So, that entire column is those, and then those two. So, the thermos is probably somewhere in the middle of town. Although I probably would have just guessed that, but good to have pseudo confirmation. Why is it BGR? It's supposed to be RGB. Okay, I don't think setting this to blue does anything for me. Okay, due to the shape of it being narrow at the bottom and like wider at the top, I'm guessing the player is going to start standing near the circle, click out, and then as you drag up, due to the vanishing point phenomenon, it's going to get closer to the middle of the screen, and then it's going to get closer to the outside of the screen. That has been the way it worked in some other puzzles. So I don't think it's going to actually be that shape. I think it's only going to be that shape because of the perspective mechanic. Yeah, like something like this. It looks wider at the base even though they're actually parallel. Just because the base is physically closer. Where the fuck you. Come on, let me click. Meow. Doodle-doo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I am still, as of yet, to find where the other ones that I've already solved are located. The couple of KP was the first one I found at the city. Nice. Different ways of playing, different perspectives, different knowledge bases. Some of you found that. I never did. I am aiming to find them all. Although I might be too stupid. I might not be smart enough. Alternatively, I might not be willing to put in the effort to run around in circles for 5 years. Because some of them aren't even clever. It's just look around, stand in the right spot. But I mean, I guess that's just part of the level design. You have to find that is the puzzle. Find where you need to stand. Which isn't necessarily bad. It's just sometimes annoying. Where, oh where did the little cup go? Come on. Where are you? Oh. Oh, is it on the door? Door frame? No, not the door frame. Well, if it narrows based on perception and not based on structure, I should be looking for rectangles rather than thermos shapes. Doesn't help that some take a step or two of setup. You could stand in the right spot and dismiss that because you haven't done the setup yet. That's also very true. There's also fucking moving clouds. So have fun with that. Hope you're just standing in the right spot and just at the right time. I really hope those particular clouds do just go around the entire map rather than oscillate in one spot, because then at least it might be easier to notice that they exist. Oh, that would have been a great spot for a audio log. Oh, you know what? What else would be a great spot for an audio log? Just a literal pile of logs. Pattern recognition skill does also come with long-term memory. I don't think so. I get easily distracted, and if I only did something the one time, I am not going to remember where it was or what the fuck it was. Like, my memory is pseudo-selective. Okay, well, it's definitely not this circle for either of them, just due to how it's shaped. Too good at it makes you get too fast through something to keep memory of it later. I don't think I would say that. Because, like, I would argue that remembering the different types of puzzles that you've done is a very useful skill to have, because then you can apply the information to future puzzles. So I don't think I could consider myself to be too good at it, given that I lack that skill. And also I have to fucking pull up Krita every 5 seconds. There was one around here somewhere. I could have sworn there was something in this alley. Maybe not. These leaves are suspicious. Where the... Excuse me. I swear I've been up here before. I guess I never looked down at the ground. Okay, I guess +2 audio logs to the pile. Okay, so take these, drag them down here. And then take these, put them here. Okay, so that brings us from 25 to 27. But yeah, a lot like this type of thing, just like find the hidden things. Sometimes I wonder if that even is skill based. Like obviously there are some skills in finding shit, like noticing clever places to hide them, like corners and stuff, being strategic in how you look for things so that you don't backtrack too many times. But also sometimes it just feels like it legitimately just is run around in circles until you happen to see the thing sitting in a corner. Which that doesn't feel super skill based. It feels like just how effectively can you systematically check the entire part of the map? Okay, I cannot climb on top of this ruin. This would have been a good room to put it in. Maybe this one is the windmill. Down. No, that would have been too long a line. Oh, but then it might not fit. So down left. Up left. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. But if it is the windmill... No, I wouldn't know where to click. Okay, but I think I am going to have to end stream there. I have to go and do important adulting things like buying food so that I stay alive a little bit longer. Okay. 511 plus 124 plus 27 audio logs. Nice. Okay. Let us see if there is anybody to raid. There's probably somebody playing the witness. No. No, there is not. Nobody else is playing the witness. Okay, I guess I'll just raid you.